Yo. What is goody? What is going on? Family, friends, fella enthusiasts. Big ups, big ups, big ups to each and every one of you. I'ma just go ahead and say this off of the top. I'm trying to give my beloved X-Plane some love. Let's just hope that the stream gods or the X-Plane gods is good to us today. I've been flying X-Plane for the last week or two. No issues whatsoever. But that always seems to rear its head when I decide to stream this daggone sim. But with that said, we're gonna hop in and do us a little medium haul in the 767. I can't make this up. I was gonna do this flight. This is a Simbit World flight. I am now with FedEx. Tried out Delta for a little bit. Got really bored with Delta. So let's do some cargo. Low key, I was gonna do this this flight before what happened. This stream was gonna be done in the MD-11, but can't do it. It's grounded. I'm sure you all have seen what happened. Prayers up to all of those affected. But without further ado, we're sitting on the ground here in Anchorage. Load up if you can. And we'll make one single leg, 6-hour block time from Anchorage on down to Memphis. Yeah, last week you guys had me. I lost my voice on that stream. I'm just now really getting it back. Still not back 100%. But yeah, we're gonna jump in and have some fun tonight, boys. Now, why did that move? Let me readjust this. And hopefully OBS acts right for us. We hadn't updated our OBS in so long just because I've always been afraid to update it because things break. So far it seems to be holding its own. We got some new features that I'm kind of liking. Adeliz is in the house. Says MD-11 was my favorite. Said I'll never get to fly it. Yeah, that sucks. Prayers to everyone affected by the horrific accident in Louisville. Absolutely, Zato. I know you was hurt by that one. Zato absolutely adores that MD-11. Spawner Selma's in the house. Good to see you, bro. Greg Hill's in the house. Anthony DeFarmer says, what's up? My boy Gia says, what's poppin'? Good to see you, boys. Aviation Geek coming in with the $4.99 super chat. Appreciate you, Aviation Geek. All right, so let's get on cam, guys. Let's get on cam and make her do what she do. I said this is FedEx flight 1286. And what I did forget to do was log into VATSIM. So let's do that real quick. And I also got a sneaking suspicion. I ain't gonna say nothing about it right now. We're gonna see how the sim acts. What are we, a B76F? No? 300. We are at 300. So we're going down. This is a ferry flight. We're ferrying this aircraft down to Memphis, so we don't have much cargo. And we're just taking enough fuel to get on down there. So we'll hop aboard here. And I need to get my headset for track IR. Alright, so we're all good there. Vaughn Williams in the house. What's going on, Vaughn? Good to have you aboard, my friend. Good to see you indeed. Alright, we'll get the tunes on down. And let's get some power established to the aircraft. I think we already got everything hooked up. We'll come up top. We'll go battery, standby power, external power. Army emergency lights. Alright, so we are looking good there. IRS switches can come through to on as the aircraft comes to life. Let me see something. I wonder if WinWing has updated SimApp Pro to work with this aircraft. I may have to use Mobi Flight so that I can get my FMC and MCP working. I don't think I don't think SimApp Pro is going to be it. Alright, so we'll close SimApp. Let me launch Mobi Flight here. Try to do all this now before we get to flying, because like green lights say, we ain't finna touch nothing once we get to flying. That. Let's update our presets over here. Alright, let's see. Open. I know I got a Mobi Flight profile for this thing. Let's see. Mobi Flight, X-Plane 12. PAP 3. Alright, I don't know why that's not working. We'll have to worry about that later. We'll do it old school. Alright, let's see what we got here. We'll come on down to the FMC, pause in it. We are at PANC. Drop that in there. We'll grab the GPS position, pop that in, jump over to route. Uplink our sim brief here. Alright, let's see what we got. I don't think we have any ATC in the AO. No, we don't, which is cool by me. So it looks like we're departing 7 left here. And it didn't give us a departure, so we'll see if we can choose one. If not, then we'll probably go. Yeah, we'll depart direct no end. I think that's typical for Anchorage here. Alright, 07 left. We'll pop that in. 07 left, that's fine. Nothing else to do there. We'll jump over to Memphis. We're looking at coming in on runway 18 left via the Barbecue 3. And let's see what approach we would like to fly. We'll do the ILS for 18 left via Final Vectors or Reese. 18 left via the BBQ3. Wall transition. Execute that. Let me check one other thing here. Tracking. We should have gotten our fuel, and we did not. So let's go ahead and upload our fuel, which is going to be 53.3. Fly by Mo, what's up, bro? $53.378, so let's do 53.4 for our fuel, and we're looking at, like I said, hardly any payload. Yeah, we ain't got nothing. This is a ferry flight, so we'll put 0 there. Boy, we're gonna have a climb out. All right, that's what we got. We'll load the airplane with fuel. And it's actually defueling us, that's fine. And let's see what we had for 0 fuel weight again. Uh, 198 on the dot. Our reserves is going to be 6.9. Cruise altitude, we'll be cruising at flight level 410. Cost index is going to be 41. Average cruise wind is 293 at 54. Alright, cool. We'll do a flaps 5 departure. And let us get some speeds here. So we do have the Mango Studios engine mod going on. And we also have the sounds to accompany that. Somebody's over there in the MD-11. Got the Mango GEs going. Them things look nice. And I can tell you, with us being light, oh, we're gonna so scream up out of Anchorage. All right, let me get some speeds here. I gotta use SimBrief takeoff performance. And let's see what we get. All right, we're derated, obviously, 2 times with a cell temp of 56. Hold on, it didn't give me. There we go, derated 56. We're looking at 125 for V1, 131 take us flying, and 136 is V2. That is good. We'll call our initial altitude. Let's see if we got anything on the PDC. Squawking 4011. All right, cool. So we'll climb that initial 10,000. Initial departure on runway heading, which is going to be 074. And what do we have? 36156. That's V2 plus 20. We'll get flight directors armed. Auto brakes RTO. .4011 is in the box. All right, we are doing real time, so this flight is going to take us into the night. But other than that, it looks like we're pretty much ready to go. Let's check our fuel here. 53.4, that's good. We'll get fuel pumps on. Window heats can come through the on, that's all fine. Electric hydraulic pumps can come through the on, auto. And let's go ahead and come up on the APU. All right, APU's coming up. 118.3, roger that, Zato, appreciate you. Got that in standby. Zato says, I wonder who that is. What you talking about, Zato? Oh, in the MD. Yeah, that ain't nobody, that ain't no other than you, bro. Splatty says, finally found the RG mod for the HX EG73. Hey, bro, you may have to send that to me. I've been looking for that mod for a while. Says, good night from Germany. Roger that, bro. Welcome aboard. All right, APU is pooing. Let's get that out of there first. APU gen can come through the on. APU bleed. External power can come off. And we still have 3 minutes left on our alignment. So we will wait on that. We'll leave the stairs connected until we are ready to push. And again, we're just waiting on the alignment to come in, and we'll be ready to push and get it out of here. Let me double check my camera setup here. Alright, that's good to go. That's good to go. Still got 5 minutes until your alignment. Take your time, bro. We're gonna cruise this one out, have us a drink, enjoy a couple of brewskis. Alright, cool. My alignment is taking forever to come in. That's a long damn 3 minutes. That is a long 3 minutes. All right, now, IRS. Mo says can't wait till one of these is in Microsoft. Yeah, that's why it's good to be a dual simmer, bro. I ain't in a hurry. I mean, yeah, I want it, but I already got one. in the words of X-Plane, we been had that. I mean, green light, we been had that. All right, there we go. There's the alignment. All right, one other thing I want to do before we get going is, where is it? Let's jump into the plan mode here. And I just want to step through our route. All right, wait a minute now. See, that's why you step through. Where is this vectors from? Oh, hold on, let's go previous page. Let's start this from back here. Okay, so we'll need to take, this is our transition into the star. We'll pop you there to close that up. Jamila. And then those are our vectors. And then there's Reese. Okay. All right. So we're looking good there. We'll leave the vectors in just in case we get some ATC. All right, let's see. What is altimeter here is 29086, so let's set that. And we do have to do that on both sides. All right, good to go. Let's get the transpondering. TARA. Let's make sure everything is closed up in the EFB. And it is. We can close that out. Let's plan our pushback. Why is this? Oh, I'm in the clouds. And we're going to push back nose to the right. And we need to do a radio check as well.
Round to cockpit, plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu when you are ready.
Any station, 118.3 radio check. Hey Zato, are you on CTAF? Let me just check my settings here.
Visibility partner.
Okay, hey, say something one more time, Zato.
I can hear you loud and clear.
There we go. All right, I got you good now, bro. All right, let's call up.
Round to cockpit, tow is driving up.
Beacon can come through the on. And Anchorage traffic, good evening. FedEx 1286 Heavy on the ground at FedEx ramp spot 8. We'll be pushing back facing the south and east. We'll call our taxi Anchorage.
Anchorage traffic, good evening. FedEx 2164 at spot 9, pushing back facing south.
Spawning, not auto ortho. I'm using the map enhancement.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed.
Which is the same thing as auto ortho. It's just a lot more streamlined, in my opinion. Does the same thing though. It grabs satellite images from the World Wide Web. We forgot to get those steps away and the chops.
So connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake. Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
All right, on the push, guys. Those beautiful GE engines. All right, rolling on 2.
Your flight will be monitored until you land and shut down the engines.
What is my All right, good start on number 2. We'll roll on number 1.
Operation complete. Set parking brake. Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Zato's damn APU or whatever you got sounding like a daggone SR-71, drowning my stuff out. All right, 2 good engines. Yaw dampers can come on. That is all good.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal will be on the left. We'll see you next time. Have a safe flight.
All right, just 2.7 on the trim. Good there. Flaps 5 selected. Auto brakes RTO, we're good there. Everything is good. All right, let's see. We're going to taxi straight ahead. We'll buck a right on uniform, left on, what is that? Kilo? Is that Kilo? Romeo. Left on Romeo. And we'll take Romeo all the way down to Kilo. Kilo to hotel. And Anchorage traffic, FedEx 1286 Heavy. At the FedEx ramp, we'll be taxiing the runway 07 left via taxiway uniform. Romeo right on Kilo down to hotel. Anchorage traffic.
Anchorage traffic, FedEx 2164, following the company Boeing 777-807 left for uniform Romeo.
We rolling on idle power, bro. That's because we light. We about to rocket up out of here, even on the D rate. It is very overcasty. That's what I meant to do. I'll wait till we hold it short. Adjust my butt kicker. Here, let me see. All right, that's a little bit better. Hazy as heck down here. All right, so we'll be taking the second right here. Says just your CF6 is idling. Yeah. But you know the sound is one thing with like with the AI aircraft that's not as it should be, so it'd be nice to have some accurate sound. We'll hold here for a second. I'm trying to remember how to put the daggone what's the name on. Let's get it. Let's see, we're going straight out to the east, the direct no end. And Anchorage traffic, FedEx 1286 heavy, lining up on runway 07 left, straight out departure to the east, direct no end. Anchorage traffic. All right, start the clock. We're all good there. Togo's in chat if you got it. We'll spool them up.
Anchorage traffic, FedEx 2164, lining up runway 077.
Here's 80 knots. And V1, rotate. Oh damn, my damn lever came off. And Anchorage traffic, FedEx 1286 heavy, clear runway 07 left, straight out departure to the east, direct no end, final call, Anchorage. Straight up into the soup. No way. No way. No way, explain. No way, explain. I told you, I cannot make this shit up. I cannot make this shit up. Every time I try to give this piece of shit ass sim a chance, this is what happens when I decide to stream it. Can't make it up. I cannot make it up. We're gonna load back in. We're gonna load back in. I ain't gonna let it, you know, but I said it before the stream started. I said it because I think I know it by now. We're going to try to hurry up and load back in. This is precisely why I stick to Microsoft. I be trying, bro. I be really trying to get a sim some love. But for whatever reason, I don't know if it's the configuration with OBS or something, but I was getting stutters. And there's absolutely zero reason. I flew it all yesterday, the day before. That is absolutely insane. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to do something that I don't normally do. Is we are going to start pretty much where we was at. And we'll just load in our flight plan. We'll leave it like that. We'll just load in our flight plan. I don't get it, bro. I don't get it. Like literally, I will spend weeks of testing X-Plane, and it's not like this is a fresh install too. Like it's a fresh install. I got, you know, my couple of mods and stuff on there. Everything is updated. I flew yesterday. I flew Fort Lauderdale to BWI back to Fort Lauderdale. I've been flying the sim. It's just every time I'm like, all right, I think it's good. I'm gonna go ahead and try to show it some love. There's some planes over here I wanna fly. And this is what happens, bro. Every single time. Every single time. Nope, it happens without it too, bro. I literally just put it in like what, last week? I put my reshape back on there. And Again, it doesn't matter. I've been doing just fine. So we're gonna start with the engines running. We're gonna hurry up and load in our flight planning and go, since we didn't have cargo or anything that we needed to wait for. I'm hoping that it loads with the alignment already done, and then we'll be good. Any plugins that activate and explain when you stream versus not streaming? Nope. Nope, not at all. Like, there's literally nothing different. There's literally nothing, nothing different in my, what's the name? Damn, did I check engines running? I think I did. Let's see. Yeah, start with engines running. And until I get back. Now, the only difference, and that's the part that I was gonna say when I said, you know what, I'm not even gonna say anything. I'm gonna just see what it does. The only difference, Anthony, to answer your question, yes, the only plugin that's running versus when I'm not streaming that I haven't been running is Xpilot. That's it. I haven't been flying on VATSIM. All right, why is this thing not, we should be on. Let me see here. I may, I don't think it initialized. Let me do this. Let's just start new flight. But yeah, that's the only plugin that would be running and active in the plugin folder that is different from my single player. Well, I said single player, but different from and why is it shutting down? It's not letting me. Now all of a sudden it's not letting me start with engines running, and I did it earlier to get the screenshots. Let's see. Let me just do this. Let me just do a full actual restart of X-Plane versus it coming back on the crash. If it crashes again, in doubt, 777 it out. Yeah, if it crashes again, I'm just gonna jump into Microsoft. Either way, we're gonna fly tonight. I wholeheartedly expected it when I said I'm gonna do an X-Plane stream. I already had it in my mindset that it was gonna do this. So maybe that's it. Maybe I spoke it into existence. But what I do know is it's just weird that it's only when I stream, like, you know, and it's not all the time, but most times I try to stream X-Plane, it does it. And the only thing I can attribute it to, like you said, the only difference really is I'm running vPilot. Could vPilot be doing something to it? Possibly. It very well can be. All right, let's try this engines running thing one more again. Yeah, it very well can be. Chevy all day. At Red Barman, what do you want for dinner? I don't know. Send me a screenshot of the menu. Yeah, babe, send me a screenshot of the menu. I want to look into, I seriously, you know what? Now that we say this, guys, I wonder if it's got something to do with XPilot. Now, XPilot hasn't prompted me for an update. It says I'm running version 3.0.1. Any of you X-Plane guys, is that the current version of XPilot? Is that what you guys are running? Let me see. Let's see. Yeah, that's the current version. But I'm wondering if it's any sort of... And now I don't know why this thing don't want to keep the engines running. Like that's not an option. All right, you know what, guys? We're just gonna take our time with it. Let's go ahead and there we go. We'll spawn back over here. Like I said, I'll give it a chance. Before y'all talk about I'm cooking fish, I wholeheartedly expected the shenanigans. XPilot should auto update itself. Yeah, that's what I thought. But again, the last few times that I've tried to run XPilot, it's always been at the same version, so it's like it hadn't had an update forever. And let me try one more other thing. Let me see something. Close that out. And where the hell did I spawn at? Hold on, dog. Where am I at? All right, we'll get our stand here. Never had Red Robin, bro, and you in the DMV? Oh. So you already did. Where's my phone? I don't know. You know what I eat. Just give me like a bacon cheeseburger. That Southern Charm look good. What is that? Bacon, whiskey, river, bourbon. All right, I want that. Give me that Southern Charm. Give me the Southern Charm. No tomatoes. Add onions if it ain't got it. All right, let's do this, guys. Let's go ahead and we'll run it back. We're not gonna do it all proper, but we'll run it back. We need 50. 53.4. All right, let's try this again here. We're gonna try to speed through this. Why is it not wanting to load? Let's open this up, go ground, fuel truck, loader unit. There we go. FMC, we'll go pause in it. Anchorage. Drop that on in there. I remember we have a discontinuity there we need to grab. What was it? 6.9 4-hour reserves. We'll get our zero fuel weight here in a minute. Not connected to X-Pilot yet. All right, we'll connect it up now. What was I? Oh, it's saying insufficient fuel because we're not finished fueling. I think it was 4011 was our squad code. All right, we're gonna try this again here. All right, roger that, Terrence. Yeah, we're doing a speed run. We're just waiting on the alignment, which we got 5 minutes on that. Fueling's almost complete for the second go round. We'll grab our speeds here. What was our zero fuel weight? $198, nothing. What was our reserves? Because it's telling me now insufficient fuel. 6.9. We'll deal with it. 293.54. Flaps 5. Cell temp is 56. 2.3 on the trim. That gives us 125, 131, 136. That's all done and complete. We're ready to go there. 2986 is the altimeter. Alright, trim is set. All we're waiting on is the alignments. 4 minutes. And hopefully,
Ground to cockpit, plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu when you are ready.
hopefully she goes this time. Which that's... we're gonna just stop talking about it. Alright, we'll bring the APU up. Second time's definitely the charm, Robin. Welcome aboard. And you know, normally one would think, well, if it only does it when you're streaming, could it be OBS causing it? Well, no, because OBS on this computer sits idle. It doesn't do anything. Like, it literally just goes across my internet to another computer, which pushes it out to you guys. So OBS isn't encoding anything or working to do anything on this computer at all. All right, that long old 3 minutes for the alignment, and we'll be ready to go. Yeah, I mean, it does look good, bro. Like, I try to keep my stuff freshly fresh. I might actually be taking the take the time back a little since we're losing some light. Just a little bit. It'll still be dark on the way, but I like to get a nice what's the name? I didn't even check the log yet, Greg. Half the time it doesn't really say much that I know how to read anyways. And let me make sure. We just not even gonna say the C words, Otto. It's too many C words this week. Too many C words. See, that's a long daggone 3 minutes, ain't it? But we're gonna go ahead and get everything else ready otherwise.
Grounded cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Y'all saw him driving off of the roof. Y'all saw what I saw. If it's the C's, then I'm restarting. Alright. Like I said, either way, boys, we flying tonight, so I ain't cooking fish tonight. I'm just trying to give the other sim some love, that's all. We gonna stick with her. We gonna say, baby, I know you the side piece, but come on, I know you mad at me. Come on now. Come on now, just work with me. I ain't gonna do it again.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
All right, looks like we got the alignment. We're good there. And we'll bring the tunes down. $18.3. You over here. All right, let's try this for the second time.
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Well, Greg, I didn't look. I mean,
starting pushback.
I know
and
it'll
you
say,
may start engines.
It'll say something. It's just I don't know how to interpret it. Every time I've looked at it, it's never said anything that I've understood. As we forget to remove the chalks again. But I mean, I guess we can look at it once we get up to cruise. I know it's probably got some new entries from restarting, but all right, let's roll on 2 again.
Your flight will be monitored until you land and shut down the engines.
I just realized I can't even change the time. All right, I'll do that. I'll do that, Greg. Let me get up and I'll send it to you. Yo, big up, Drew. Good to see you, Drew. Yeah, all is well, brother. How about yourself? Long time no see. All right, rolling on number 1.
Current traffic Alaska 139, we can see caution Echo 1, Echo Kilo runway 21, correction 22 approach.
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake. Disconnecting tow. Stand by. Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have fun up there.
Anchor strap FedEx 1286 Heavy will be taxiing runway 07 left via taxiway uniform Romeo, right on Kilo, left on Hotel. Anchor strap. Alright, let's try this again, guys. Hold on. See, trying to be quick. Oh boy. Alright, let's hold on. Let's pause here for 1 second. Let's see if I can get this. I thought it did it automatically. Alright. Let's just double check. We should be good. Oh man, that was about to be bad. Let's slow down, Leo. It's all good, brother. I know you feel like you behind the 8 ball. What you behind the 8 ball, but take your time, dog. Slow down to speed up, Leo. So now we have a beautiful dusk departure. Gorgeous looking bird. All right, we'll make the second right. And we'll try to get up out of here. Stat. Say, man, side piece Sussy says, take your time.
Right, just gonna be taking the runway 7 left.
Yo, what's up, firefighter? What's up, brother? I'm doing well, man. How about yourself? Anchorage traffic, FedEx 1286 heavy lining up on runway 07 left for straight out departure to the east, direct no end. Anchorage traffic. Alright guys, take two. Let's pray to the X-Plane gods. We can get her done. All right, clock is started. Everything else is set. We'll swap you over. We'll spool them up. Fingers crossed.
Traffic
am I getting a hydraulic quantity light? The thing needs maintenance. That's why we're taking it down to to Memphis. Beautiful departure, though. I'm glad we did do a twilight, a dusk departure. That was nicer than the first one.
Memphis traffic FedEx 108 is departing runway 7 left.
All right, guys, looking good on the climb out. Let me see if I can adjust. Oof, 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 oof. Look at that thing. All right, we're gonna swap over to boom boom frequency. Maybe Zato's over there. Hey Zato, you up? Got your 5x5, bro. Why didn't it send that message? I don't know what to do about that center hydraulic quantity.
Radio check.
Got your 5x5, big dog.
Alright.
Man, look at that. Look at that sunset, guys. Get some tunes on while we operate. Let's see. I had to close this window now, guys. It's getting cold in here. Stand by 1 second. All right, how's everybody making out? I think we are on the way. Heading out of Alaska. All right, everything is tracking as it should. So we're all good. Simbit world. Man, now she talking about she went to daggone Red Robin. Now I'm like, I wish she hurry up now. Jeez, that burger looked good. Surprise green hadn't popped in. I know, right? He'll be in there. He probably sleeping. He'll be in. All right, let me see if I can get this log for you, Greg. Let's see. Explain 12. 901. All right. You want me Discord DM it to you? Send it to your DM on Discord, bro. What am I looking for? Oh, explain 12. Damn, where's the folder? I just had the daggone folder. Here we go. Oh, it just updated too. All right, there you go, bro. I just DM'd it to you. All right, just about 20 miles until top of climb. So let's see, we got Zato, we got Terrence, and myself. Let's pull up that sim radar and see where it's about Zato is. Oh, we about to be flying over some weather here in a little bit. The only thing I don't like about this airplane is that beacon light. I know it's old school, but man, does it look a little weird. Okay, Zato is not too far ahead of me. Hey, that thing changed my daggone fuel too. I just noticed that. Why did it change my... Did I put that in there? All right, 1,000 to go on the climb. Three different type ratings heading to Memphis. We got a 777, the MD-11, and 767. I love to see the variety, guys. All right, there's our top of climb. I don't think we're gonna get, we may or may not get that 8.3. We get a little bit more wind on our tail feathers. Yeah, she's spooling down to attain decimal 8.3. Maybe we can get 8.5, I doubt it. Nah, 8.3 is our limit. Also doing MD-11 ferry flight, bringing her back home to base. Nice. You empty or you hauling cargo? I'm empty on the cargo. Yeah, this ought to be a nice, nice approach into Memphis. What did I do with my phone? Yeah, I got like 15, 20 pounds of cargo back there. That's mostly you guys' bags. Alright, so let me pull this up here. So now that we're up at a cruise, it was saying that our block time should be about 6 hours. Obviously it's gonna be a little less because we sped up a bit. But yeah, we'll cruise it out for a bit. We'll take a couple breaks here. Once the food gets here, we'll take a break and eat. However, I'm gonna run and grab me a cold one. I'll be right back with you guys in like 2 minutes. Can't have a medium haul without a cold. Right back, guys. All right, gentlemen. Alright, so we're looking good on the cruise. I don't think we're gonna get 8.3 on this thing either. It's got us capped at 7.9 for whatever reason. Got 8.3 in there. Can't get 8.3 though. We can get possibly 8.1. I don't even know if we can get that because we're pretty much at our max. Yeah, max is 420. Hopefully it stays calm as far as the ATC is concerned, at least until we get closer to Memphis. Slow down to 0.83. Yeah, for some reason I'm stuck at I finally did get 8.1. I think 8.2 is pushing it. I don't know that I can make 8.2. So yeah, 0.81 is my max right now. Got some weather off just to our 2 o'clock or so. Guys, if you haven't done so already, make sure you drop a thumbs up for the stream. Definitely helps us out.
Unable to find view ID 15.
Oh, you know what? I think I know what it is. Let me see your view. Let's bring that exposure up just a little bit. we can see a little bit more. Yo, what's up, Gavin? What's up, my friend? Hope all is well. Oh, look at the moon. That's dope. That's a nice shot there. Riding with the moon. The cockpit lighting looks like American Truck Sim. Yeah, I just decreased the exposure in X-Plane. If I leave it on auto, I think it's too dark. Like for what I'm seeing on stream, like I want to see a little bit. I mean, we got damn near full moon, almost a full moon. Should be able to see a little bit. I mean, that is illuminated out there. But just for the sake of streaming at night, we're gonna bring it down just a little bit. Which brightens up the cockpit a little bit as well. Well, what we could do is dim the cockpit up a little. That looks a little bit better. Not so bright in the cockpit. Good landing, GeForce. I mean, you want to always try to aim around 1G. You know, 1G, 1.2, 1.3, maybe even 1.5. I mean, let me see if I go back and take a look at some of my previous flights, let's see what we were getting. Oh no, this doesn't. I thought this thing showed GeForce. Yeah, it just shows landing rate. Yeah, about 1G, 1.2. And if you're getting like a negative 150-ish landing, then that's usually about anywhere from 0.9 to 1G. I mean, you certainly don't want to be slamming her down at 4 or 5 Gs. I think, you know, 1.8, 2 Gs is like a firm landing. But yeah, I have to pay attention to that and see Oh, let me see. I wonder if this other program tells me. Flight logs. Let's see. Show flight details. Let's see. All right, here we go. So on this landing here, I'm looking at, I got a negative 32 foot a minute on this last landing into Baltimore. That was a GeForce at 0.99. As you should. I mean, that's the main thing. I mean, we're always looking at the foot per minute, but you really should be paying attention to the GeForce. Sometimes you have to plant it down firm. You know, if you've got a contaminated runway, like, you know, heavy rain, you know, snow, things like that, you've got to set it down. You can't go in there trying to get your negative 50 foot a minute. You got to set it down. And that's true in the real world too, that they focus more on what the force is rather than a specific landing rate. If I had a way to display G-forces as a landing rate on my pop-up, I would. Let's see what some of my other ones was here. So here's another one, not far off from the first one. Landing at negative 48 foot a minute, but that was a G-force of not negative, but a G-force of 1.01. So still 1G, not bad. That's what I'm trying to figure out, Mo. I'm trying to see one where I kind of slammed it. And I know it was like negative 400 foot a minute, or 300 and something foot a minute. All right, here's, hold on, I think this is one. I bounced on this one, but it wasn't, it was still a negative 146 foot a minute landing. I did bounce, but that was a G-force of 110. Well, not 110, but 1.10. Let me see, is there anything in here? I know I got something in here that's kind of hard. Nope, negative 113 foot a minute, that gives me 0.96. So I'm looking on another program, which I'm not going to mention it because we're going to do a video on it. But Volanta doesn't show the G-force. I thought it did. Oh yeah, it does. Okay. All right, yeah, all right, hold on, I'm tripping. Hold on, let me look through Volanta. I got more data here. I got more data in Volanta. All right, so this one was a negative 341. So yeah, negative 340.7 on the landing rate. And that was a GeForce of 1.47. So even on a firm landing rate like negative 300 foot a minute, that's still an acceptable GeForce. You know, 1.5 Gs. Let me see, do I have anything else here that I can look at? Let's see, 178. All right, here's one, negative 437 foot a minute. And that's crazy, because this one is negative 437 foot a minute, but a GeForce of 1.05, so that's less than the negative 300 and something foot a minute. So even though you landed firm, it's still about the GeForce. So you can see that at least up until 400 and something foot a minute, you can still get under 2 Gs on the GeForce. Trying to find another one. That may be my highest, 481. Let me look at this one right quick. Negative 37 foot a minute. Negative 37 foot a minute. Where was this flight into? Oh, that was the one I did the other day. Hold on, let me find another. Jesse, what's going on, Jesse? Welcome to the stream. Are you using a nightlight mod? Kinda. I do have the Driscoll's light mod, but it doesn't affect you up here at cruise. This is a combination of reshade and the X-plane, what you call it, exposure setting for the screenshot controls. Now when we get down low and slower on approach, you'll see the Driscoll's light mod come into effect. Welcome to the stream though, by the way. HD's in the house, says you must be talking about your landing last night in Silly. Nah, bro. So we were talking and we were discussing, Terrence and I were discussing that it's not all about your landing rate, right? You know, we try to get the butters, negative 50, negative 100 foot a minute, but it's more so about the force, the landing force. So we were discussing what's an acceptable G-force for, you know, a landing. And I think that it's anywhere between 1 and 2 Gs. And so I was looking through some of my flights, and I've had flights where I landed at like negative 400 foot a minute, and it was like 1.5 Gs, so still not bad. It's a firm landing. And ironically, the landing that I just was talking about, that I landed negative 400 foot a minute, was less G-force than the other landing I compared it to at negative 300 and something foot a minute. So yeah, that's all. That's what we were discussing, bro. Nothing about your you breaking people's back last night. All right, here's one into Providence, negative 425 foot a minute. Oh, this don't count. This is a helicopter. I slammed the helicopter. That was 1.13 Gs. I slammed the helicopter. Let me see. I'm still looking through here. Had a lot of damn flights. All right, here's one in London Heathrow to Hong Kong. Negative 355 foot a minute. turned out to only be 1.3 Gs. Yeah, Driscoll's light mod is what I got. But again, that takes effect when you get lower, like the city lights and stuff. Like I said, this is just some exposure settings with the X-Plane and my reshape preset. Just got here, so rewinded to take off. Lights look so good. Yeah, appreciate you, bro. So yeah, that there's the Driscoll's light mod that you can see coming into effect there, even though it wasn't quite dark yet. My sim did crash on that first takeoff, so make sure you get the second takeoff. Check, it looked like my spoilers were up for a second. I was gonna say, that's why we can't get daggone the speed we need. Yeah, the only thing I don't like about this plane is that damn beacon light. It's too intense. Like, that's hella intense. Let me see if I can find a light mod for this 7.6. We're getting a little bit of turbulence. Look at that shot there. Appreciate you, Jesse. Jesse says, man, X-Plane has come a long way. Yeah, I 100% agree with you. I 100% agree with you. When X-Plane 12 first dropped, I saw the potential, but it just wasn't there for me. As of 12.3, I think, especially the clouds have been just, you know, on point with 12.3. And even the lighting, like the lighting, yeah, you're right, it's come a long way. I just like to see them get some sort of system in place maybe hire the guy that does the auto ortho thing and you know, get that implemented, and they'll be, in my opinion, that'll be it. Well, I think two people they should hire, which kind of goes hand in hand. The guy that does the auto ortho and the dude that does sim haven. Because that takes care of the scenery. Now, yes, it doesn't look like Microsoft, but with sim haven and auto ortho, it's good enough, man.
Added camera 4 to category cockpit. Cameras saved. Cameras saved. Cameras saved.
Why is this? Oh, okay.
Cameras saved. Cameras saved.
See, now it's going to that one. Why?
Unable to find view ID 4. Cameras saved.
Oh, you know what? I don't have that button set up. That's what it is. Alright, so let's do this.
Camera saved. Camera saved.
There we go. Greg says Mr. X is doing work for X-Play. Yeah, I'm aware of that. That's a really positive step. That's especially as far as like library objects and like airport sceneries. Who knows how long that will take? Well, you know, you'd be surprised. What was it in Vegas? Green Light and I, if somebody else was there, but Green Light and I were standing there talking with Austin, you know, just about the progress of X-Plane. And this is at FS Expo. And there were things that we had brung up to him that he legit took notes on, the auto ortho being one of them. Now the clouds, if you remember, there was a girl named Maya, I think her name was, which did the enhanced cloudscapes little mod plugin for X-Plane 11 some time ago. Well, she had done, I think, an original little mod for 12 too. But anyways, long story short, he actually hired her on, and now look at the clouds, look at the state of the X-Plane clouds now. The X-Plane 12 clouds now. So, you know, when we were standing there talking to him in Vegas, and we brung up the auto ortho, he had no idea what auto ortho was. We explained to him what it did, you know, things like that, where you can find the download, this, that, and the third. He legitimately was looking for the dude who does the auto ortho thing. We made a running joke. Hey, Austin, you need to hire this dude. You know, it'll handle your satellite imagery. And he legit went to the GitHub, took the dude's name down, was looking for him. Now, I don't know whatever came after it, but I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, in the next year, you see a blog talking about, hey, this dude from Auto Ortho was just hired by Laminar, because he does that type of thing. That's what I like about Austin, is that he will go out and hire the talent, you know. At one point he didn't. At one point he was just so focused and so, you know, gung-ho about the flight model and, you know, the air model and stuff like that. And then guys like Ben and, you know, Ben Sputnik, I think his name's Sputnik, but, you know, guys like him, you know, kind of keep him grounded. Hey, oh, we got to get the scenery together. We need to do better on the clouds. You know, this is what the community is talking about. And in the last couple of years, dude, Austin has listened. He has 100% listened. They're putting out a roadmap in a few weeks, yeah. Yeah, that's what it was called, Greg, Enhanced Skyscapes. But there was two different versions. There was Enhanced Skyscapes, and then there was Enhanced Cloudscapes. And I think one of them was you had to pay for it, because I had that one that you had to pay for. There was two different versions in their Discord. When she heard me get hit with this daggone food, I'm starved. Oh, speaking of devils, I'm watching him come in on the ring camera. that haircut. Yeah. I like your cut, G. Uncle H cut your hair. Have your food. Yeah, that's a 767. It's not the one that just crashed. That was an MD-11. Yeah, the MD-11 crashed. There's my 3-year-old coming in. Don't always crash. Go get it. Yo. That's cool. Oh, you said from Macy's? Oh, that's cool. What are you trying to do? Put it in your room. What you say? Come here, let me touch it. What do you say? You're welcome. Greg says I'm jonesing for that new Flight Factor. Told us to drop next year and 7.8. I'm jonesing for that 7.8. But yeah, I'm with you on the Flight Factor told us. That's gonna be nice. There's that weather there that I said was gonna be 2 hours south here in a little bit. A little bit of weather out over there. We're skirting the northern edge of it. The moon's getting higher. Not much to see at night, guys, but sometimes I definitely do enjoy the real time. I tell you, it's hard for me if I'm flying during the day, like real time during the day, like at home. It's hard for me to fly to do a night flight in the day. Oh man, I was just about to come up here. Thank you, sir. Yeah, it's hard for me to do a night flight in the day just because you know, I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go warm this up. Actually, I'm gonna take a 10-minute break and smash down some of this Red Robin burger, and I'll jump and chat with you guys since we got a bit to go. But I gotta go get me something to eat. We'll take our first crew rest break here, 70 minutes into the flight. All right, we'll be in chat with you guys. Did you get food, buddy? Oh, come on, let's go. Somebody sending me DMs about what 767 I'm in on Valanza. I mean, not Valanza. V-Pilot. X-Pilot. All right, we'll be back on comms in about 10 minutes, guys. We'll finish up our crew rest here. Come back on comms for a little bit. All right. Had us a little crew break. And we have been going through the ringer as far as the smoothness of the ride. It's been choppy all flight long as we go through these cloud layers. Here at 410, which is saying something. But we're making our way. Let's see, we've got 1,400 miles left to go. About 2.5 hours. So, interesting enough, like, I want to say, I don't know, about 30 minutes ago, 45 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, had a guy message me on, through the ATC client, vPilot. I keep calling it vPilot. Y'all know my mind is stuck in Microsoft. XPilot. And he was inquiring about, let me pull it up. He says, are you in Microsoft? What 767 are you flying? I don't know where he seen me at, whether it was Volanta or what. But I told him, I was like, normally I am in Microsoft, but tonight I'm in X-Plane and this is the flight factor. But he was saying that he had just watched a video on it. And he thinks that it looks absolutely fantastic. He doesn't own X-Plane. And he's wondering if it's worth it to pick up X-Plane in the 767. He asked me, what do I make of X-Plane's visuals and performance versus Microsoft? So if you're here, buddy, I'll say this. I kind of started my, well, I wouldn't say I started my flight sim career on X-Plane, but Dr. Sneezy said, which Microsoft? Oh, so what's up, bro? That must be you. Zato says Microsoft does have a 767, right? But one has 747 systems, which is the Captain Sim. Absolutely not, Zato. Don't even begin to recommend that thing. Don't let them fools get any more money. Yeah, definitely lacks the systems depth. But I'll say this. There's no problem. If you already have Microsoft, there's no problem with picking up X-Plane. There are tons of good, aircrafts on, X-Plane that you just don't have in Microsoft. The Flight Factor 7.5 is one of them. The 7.6, things like that. Tons of good general aviation aircraft. And for somebody like me, I love having the freedom of being able to have both sims. As far as the visuals, X-Plane is closing the gap on what it used to be. We had talked about this earlier in the stream, but X-Plane normally focuses on the flight model. Flight model, the aerodynamics and stuff like that, that's where X-Plane really shines. But with this latest update, 12.3, they've definitely closed the gap. It's very hit or miss as far as the scenery goes, but there are freeware programs that gives you satellite imagery that like you would see in Microsoft, and you can get some pretty decent scenery. Now the scenery doesn't look like Microsoft. That is still far behind in my opinion, but it gives you a lot of autogen. So you'll see your cities built up, you'll see your towns built up. It's just not going to be one for one like it is in Microsoft with photogrammetry. I don't think that should stop you from getting the sim at all. X-Plane is a is a very good simulator that's backed by, you know, real world companies and manufacturers alike. You know, so I mean, if you interested in a certain plane, if it were me, I would pick it up anyway. More often than not, you're probably going to end up getting some other stuff for X-Plane and, you know, end up liking it and having a dual platform just like I do. You know, I enjoy the flexibility of being able to hop in X-Plane and fly some of the aircraft we don't have. And even some of the aircraft that we do have, like we have a plethora of A320 or A320 family of aircraft in Microsoft, you know, but sometimes it's nice to jump over here and fly the Tolus, which is their gold standard for, you know, Airbus and systems and stuff like that. Zato said, oh, you said, didn't say recommend, I say do not buy it. Okay. Hey, appreciate the sub, Dr. Sneezy. But you'll see, if you check out my channel, you'll see I'm predominantly a Microsoft guy, but I ain't gonna put my foot in my mouth because Black Green here, that he'll catch me at the next FS Expo like he did Captain Canada. But no, I started my streaming journey with X-Plane. Now I started my simulator journey probably back since Flight Sim 2004, or I can't remember. Did I have Flight Sim 98? I can't remember. I may have. But you know, we're in today's time. It's just like, you know, X-Plane's come far enough that gap is shrinking tremendously and quick. You know, where X-Plane was when X-Plane 12, that is, when it first dropped to where it is now. Now, it still needs some work, but for the most part, you know, if you like the realism, the dynamics, and stuff like that, you'll notice you'll jump over here and the landings will be totally different. You have a plethora of different simulations all going on at once of what the aircraft is doing. And that's not to say that Microsoft doesn't have that, because again, that's where they're closing the gap. Is they're working really hard on implementing systems and stuff like that, along with the aerodynamic model, which is what X-Plane already has. And X-Plane's working on implementing the visuals and the believability of flight, which is what Microsoft already had. Zato says, Flight Sim journey began with FS 2004, then FSX, then X-Plane 10, 11, then P3D. See, I was this close to getting into the P3D game, and it was right before Microsoft 2020 came out. It was like maybe 6 months before that came out. And then I realized, I'm like, damn, all of this money you gotta spend. Like P3D, in my opinion, is worse than X-Plane was as far as looks. Like, you gotta spend so much money to get that thing to look good. And I was this close to buying it because I was just jonesing for another sim outside of X-Plane 11, which is what I was flying at the time. And I was literally so close to getting it. I was just like, man, you know what? I'm gonna just be patient and wait till Microsoft 2020 comes out. I waited until that came out and was immediately not impressed. I did one flight in it and was like, oh heck no. This thing flies like it's on rails. And I shelved it and didn't fly it for like a year and some change. While everybody else, all the other content creators were struggling through it Like it was the next best thing. It took that sim like at least 2 years before it got, you know, to a really good point that it could compete. And that's when I started streaming it. And for the record, in my opinion, X-Plane 12 was the same way for me. It looked good in all of the pre-release stuff, but then when you got it, man, the clouds were absolutely horrible. The ground textures were absolutely horrible. Like, you know, of course you still had the same planes in the flight dynamics, but, you know, coming from Microsoft, it was like, bro, part of flying is believing that you're flying. Is the immersion of the clouds and the atmosphere and the rain and, you know, that type of stuff. And 12 wasn't there for me when it first released. So I kind of shelved that for a while. And trust me, X-Plane definitely lets me know that she's not happy with me shelving her. As you see, we started the stream and she crashed on me as I took off the first time out of Anchorage. Yeah, absolutely, Zato. Your bank account will thank you for not getting P3D. Well, 100% thank you. And for the record, I don't even know what the average total cost of getting into P3D is as far as getting it to look at bare minimum like X-Plane with map enhancement or auto ortho. You know, I have no idea what that even costs, plus the add-ons, you know, to get 5 or 6 decent, you know, pretty good study level aircraft. I mean, hell, alone the PMDGs over there are what, Zato? What are they running over there for PMDG stuff? So we are about halfway finally. Won't be long now. We're making 542 knots across the ground. So we'll be there in no time. I did find a mod while I was on break that changes up that beacon light. I think I'm gonna get that one. It wasn't a mod, but a tutorial on how to do it in PlaneMaker, which I'm pretty familiar with PlaneMaker, so I'm betting I can change that. That thing is way too bright. Change it to the like the LED strobe, kind of like the strobe lights. Let's take a look at that sim radar and see where Terrence is. He is hot on my heels. Let's see, Terrence is only going... He's going 544 knots across the ground. And what do we got? 543, so yeah, he's back there somewhere. Let's see, what is he cruising at? Oh, wait a second, that's me. Hold on. Alright, there we go. Yeah, he's going 543. He's at 35,000 feet. $35,000. We at 4-1. I think my playlist just ended. Oh yeah, we burned some fuel. We can get that higher Mach now, I think. Yeah, we had to burn off some of that fuel. And we can get some speed on her. So yeah, just before ISN here, we'll be crossing over into the United States from Canada. So that's what, roughly about 280 miles or so. $563 knots across the ground now. Baffled, welcome to the stream. Says which one is semi-decent but lacking systems depth? What type of depth is it lacking? What are you referencing to? Which sim or Are you talking about which of the 767s that Zato was talking about? Because at this point, if we're talking about just the sims in general, I think they're all on par now with the system depth. Like, Microsoft has aircraft that are study level and really in depth, so does X-Plane. So that, you know, that gap has been closed. If we're talking about default aircraft, both Sims, every Sims default aircraft suck. Like, you can't expect them to put a high level of fidelity in a default aircraft. It just doesn't happen. Now, you got guys like Zebo over on the X-Plane side and Fly-by-Wire on the Microsoft side that takes those default aircraft and mod the hell out of them and make them into a pretty, you know, I wouldn't say study level, but high fidelity, medium to high fidelity freeware aircraft. So that's cool. It'd be nice to have, you know, more developers doing that for more of the freeware default aircraft. These guys are talking about with the 7.6s in Microsoft. Yeah, that's a question for Zato. Zato, what is that? Batful is asking. There you go. The RHD 7.6 is lacking in depth as it uses the default Microsoft logic. Yeah, we're good on fuel. Our reserves were 6.9. Even with the speed step up, we're forecasted to have 29,000 pounds on board when we get to Memphis. So we're still looking good as far as our fuel reserves. Zato's about 300 miles in front of us. Zato, did you get any, oh, let me see what Greg said. Oh, Zato, you ain't get me no departure flicks out of Anchorage. The last flicks was the Antonov. We got one aircraft over here we've been kind of trailing. I think that's the aircraft. He's flickering. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's a star. Yeah, I think it's a star. 'Cause that one looks like that one. Baffle says landed today with 20,000 in reserves. Needed to rethink my math. Well, you know, in heavies, that's not all that uncommon. I mean, you got to think you need your alternate plus what is it, a 30-minute reserve? So you need whatever it's going to take for you to get to your alternate, plus a 30-minute reserve, which let me look at my OFP here. So I took extra fuel, that's what it was. Yeah, it's saying we're only going to use 44.2 for the trip plus taxi. But I think I put extra fuel on here by mistake. Tell you what we do, we'll pull up Navigraph as well. want you up there like that. Terrence asks, do you ever fly with your failures on? All the time. My failures are always on. Dallas says usually you will be above the final reserves when you land. Final reserve is the minimum amount of fuel required to fly for a minimum 30 minutes and only used in an emergency. Yes. Yeah, roger that, Zato. I wonder why it dropped me even though I got it set to 8.5 there. We'll keep it where it's at. Alright, let's check our status on Sunbit World here. Everything is tracking just fine. Yusuf, what's up, Yusuf? Welcome to the stream and chat, my friend. Good to see you. It's been a minute. Terrence says, gonna make him step his game up. Take that upstairs. Yeah, I don't turn them off. I just fly with them on. Now, it depends on the aircraft, because like some aircraft has the failures implemented, but it's not like real world level, if you will, like it just can happen randomly. Some aircraft you have to actually either set a timer or arm a failure or something like that. Yeah, I don't mess with those. But some other aircraft have them built in, like some of the black square aircraft, the A2A simulation stuff. You know, that you can have stuff go bad just by how you fly the plane. Yeah, I leave those on. Now that is an airplane in front of me there. That ain't Zato, I think. It's too close to be Zato. Coming up here on ISN, should be crossing over into the States here momentarily. Terrence says I need a good landing tonight in the 777. Had some rough ones lately. Yeah, we're gonna butter this. But let's not say butter. Let's we're gonna get a nice landing force. Can't be me because I'm too far. Yeah, no, it's not you, Zato. Anyone the opposite of nobody is flying northbound. Yeah, roger that. I think what I'm seeing may be traffic, global traffic. We about to sneak through Salt Lake Center is online, Terrence. They may not require us to contact them because we're just skimming through the northeast corner of yeah, that's what that tailwind to do when you're riding the edge. But yeah, we're just skimming the northeast corner of Salt Lake City's airspace here in a second. So they may not require us to contact them. We'll back it off one notch. That Memphis Center on as well. I doubt they'll stay on until we get there. Memphis Center and Memphis Ground. But I doubt they'll stay on. I mean, we still got what, like an hour and 50 minutes? Something like that. I know, right, Zato? There ain't no buttering in MD-11. All it is firm and firmer. There is one more level to that, but it's too soon. Too soon. Yeah, Terrence. Yeah, we'll definitely have enough time, bro. I know that's a staple here on this channel. We gotta try to catch as many of y'all coming in as possible when y'all fly with me. It's the least I can do for you guys taking the time out to tag along. I enjoy the company. Enjoy the company. We'll see if Salt Lake City do this, which I doubt he will, really. I'm betting he won't, but every time I say that, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's late. He probably ain't gonna mess around with us. At least the turbulence has calmed down some. We'll let you guys up in the back, stretch your legs. Guys is riding along jump seat. Description says he's getting off at 7. So what time is that? That's what? So that's 2 a.m. my time. But yeah, it doesn't matter because I mean, if you look on VATSIM radar, we're literally just skimming inside the top northeast border of his airspace. We're inside it, but we're just barely inside it. And we're about to go right out here in the next 5-10 minutes. That's what I'm saying. I don't think he's gonna make us contact. There's nothing else on the network that's around us other than us going in the same direction. So I think we'll be good. Firm, hard, or earthquake, right? Oh man, I just got on Geo on Facebook. Geo posted a picture. I told him he looked like the cover of a damn reggae R&B album. Oh man. Yeah, see, we're about to exit Salt Lake City's airspace. He ain't gonna bother us. Sometimes that's nice to just skim through. Now, oh no, well, we got approach on as well as in Memphis. We got approach and ground. Ground's been on 8 minutes. Approach has been on 6 minutes. Very well have Memphis air traffic control when we get there. Memphis Center's been on, I don't know if this is 3 minutes or 3 hours and 3 minutes. Says on until 7 2. So yeah, that's 2 o'clock. That's an hour. I don't know if we're gonna be there. We may just miss them. We may just miss them. Maybe approaching ground to stay on a little bit longer. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's an hour. That's an hour from now. It's about to be 1 o'clock. So that's an hour from now. I don't know that we're gonna make it by then. I think we've got 979 miles to go. Yeah, it's saying an hour and 45 minutes, so we'll miss them. But like I said, maybe approaching ground to stay on. What happened to our big beautiful moon? I think it went out. Oh, there it is, high up in the sky. I got to do something about that blaring bright daggone beacon. It's got too much spill on it. It don't say. I guess they gotta put the remarks in there for that. I was gonna say it doesn't say that. Oh no, oh that's not approach. That's 80s. It don't say how long ground gonna be on tail. Ground is also a streamer on Twitch. Memphis Ground. He's not live right now. I would have jumped in and be like, hey man, hold on till we get there. We coming. A trio of us. Zato's about to be overhead Omaha. And we're getting ready to pass from North Dakota down into South Dakota. Monkey, my little young Mongol. Alright. Okay, thank you. Okay. Alright. Alright, that's cool. I got you. Almost home, guys. Almost home. 862 nautical miles left on the journey. So we got an hour and a half left on this leg. I say this leg like there's a second one. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna step up, stretch the legs, take another 20-minute break or so, and that'll give us plenty of time to come back and get set up for our arrival into Memphis. We'll go over our arrival here, which looks like they've done a runway change, because 18 left isn't used anymore. So we'll need to check that out once we get back. By that time, we should be pretty close, or getting close to top of descent, rather. We'll have about another 30, 45 minutes or so before we need to head down the hill. Yeah, our top of descent hasn't come in yet. So yeah, we got some time. We'll take this 20 minutes or so and revitalize ourselves. We'll keep it on the cruise page here. And we'll sync up our heading. And we will be back with you in about 20 minutes. Give us another little quick crew break before we have to get into the approach. As always, appreciate you guys for riding along with us tonight. If you haven't done so, drop a thumbs up for the stream. If you're new here and enjoying the content, definitely consider subscribing to the channel and also joining our Discord. Link is in the description of this stream for that. Alright, see you guys in a minute. I will be in chat with you guys. Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a god daggone minute. This requires, hold on, let's do this. This requires a face-to-face interaction. What's going on, Green? You missed a perfect opportunity earlier on to talk some trash, dog. But I set it all for you, man. But yeah, welcome aboard, man. We're just about to step up, stretch your legs. We got about an hour and a half left until we get into Memphis. I'll be in chat with you guys.
link between your simulator and the on-air client failed.
Yeah. Now you see what I'm talking about. Hold on, let me do this. We're gonna turn that off. I'm gonna put that on. So yeah, just sitting back, watching it on my phone. And that's what happens when you try to give this damn sim a chance. Now I'm cooking fish grease. You know what? Let me send. I'm gonna send Greg my log since he said do it when it happens. Let's see, where is it? Log. Let's go to Discord right quick. Let's go over here. We're just gonna do this again. We'll move that out. But yeah, man, this is insane. Like, literally been flying this damn piece of shit ass sim for 2 weeks and no issues. No issues. Every time I stream it, it is the what you call it, the Kraken. And I'm wondering if I'm gonna send this to we'll send that to Greg. Greg was looking over the other one. But yeah, guys, I'm sorry about that, man. You know, this is really why I stick to the other sims, is because of like stuff like this where it just doesn't make sense. But we'll try again. Not tonight. We're past the halfway mark. We'll treat it like a NASCAR race. Once you get past halfway and a red flag comes out, that's the end of the race. But we'll do something tomorrow evening. I'm tempted to try X-Plane again. We'll have a couple other contingencies just in case. But I want to jump in the A320 and get some time in that. So we may end up doing something. We may try X-Plane and then have Microsoft as a backup. Zato says no way. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. And this is a fresh install. Greg said something about reshade. I literally just put reshade back in, a couple days ago. It's been running fine. It's every single time I try to stream it. That's what gets me about it. Every single time I try to stream it. For no reason. Let me see what the log says. Let me see if I can look through it. Which I don't even really, it's just a bunch of gibberish to me when I look at it. Let's just open this here on up. And like part of me thinks, like I want to think that it's got something to do with X-Pilot. Because if I'm doing all of these flights offline, like not on VATSIM, and I don't have these issues. Hold on, wait, new entries are gonna be towards the bottom. Let's see what it says from down here. Violation by XPUIPC. What's that mean? Threading violation calling XP send message something widget. I have no idea. Loading sim objects generated. So all of this custom scenery, that's all of my Ortho tiles. They're loading just fine. Let's turn that off. Yeah, see, all of this looks normal to me. It's just loading the tiles, SimHaven. All of that looks fine. There's not any errors. But what did say is this violation. Let's see what I'm just gonna look here real quick. You're right, Terrence. And I mean, for the record, I've had crashes in Microsoft, but it's been probably well over a year, dog. So I'm wondering, so this thread here goes back to 2022. People talking about XPUIPC crashing their sims. But my question is, let me see one other thing. I'm open the log. I know he said it was tainted because I had restarted the sim. But let me see something right quick. So this is the first log that I sent him. Let me see, did it say anything about XPUIPC? Nope, that's all of my scenery, SimHaven. .767's writing a bunch of stuff here in the log. So you see how it's just a needle in the haystack to try to figure out what the heck happened. But in this case, I restarted the sim. So you got a better option, a better idea if you look at the log right after it crashed, because then it doesn't write anything else if you restart the sim. But this violation by XPUIPC, I'll have to look into that more. But that's something that shouldn't matter whether I'm on VATSIM or not, XPUIPC, because again, I've done, in the last 2 weeks, I've probably done maybe about 15, close to 20 flights in X-Plane, not one single issue. But just like my luck, and I said it when I started the stream, I have to put this disclaimer because, you know, this is an issue that I've been having with X-Plane, and this is why I try to advocate for it, because it is getting good. But this crap here, bro, this is why I say I don't trust this sim on a long haul. We were an hour away. Zato says, can do some GA flying, take it easy, blows. No, I ain't even steamy, bro. I'm not steamy because I expected it. So, you know, I'm not really steamy. It sucks for you guys that you hung out with me all this time. But that's why I made the disclaimer when I started the stream, that it was a possibility. It happened to us twice. Once at the beginning, and once it couldn't even let us get to damn Memphis. Now I guarantee you, if I go and relaunch this daggone flight and do it offline, off stream, I'll make it to Memphis just fine. And I might just do that and post it in the Discord to prove to you guys that this is what the hell I'm talking about. But we're gonna do the bananas on. I haven't even gotten it yet, Zato. I probably have to wait until till Thursday to grab it. Next Thursday. So yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know, bro. The only other difference is I was flying on VATSIM online. In both instances, there's nothing different with my setup. Fresh install of X-Plane, really. All my plugins are updated. All my aircraft are updated. So it's one of those things where you don't know. I'll keep trying though. We'll keep trying to figure it out. It's just gonna be, when it happens like this, it makes it hard for me to say, ooh, I'm gonna do X-Plane today. But yeah, we sent Greg the log. He said he'd take a look at it later on, which is cool. In the meantime, I'm gonna look at and see if there is another version of XPUIPC. I know I have issues sometimes when trying to change versions.